No, it's Friday. It is Friday.
But a calendar correct.
It's, we don't talk about Monday.
Meeting this time.
I'm all, yeah, again, I thought, we had to shoot it on the shelves, yeah, so we'll see how it all plays out. We want to address that motion. Yeah, I know, figure out. Yeah. So, here's.
No, I appreciate it. I thought we got everybody.
Who's in that conference?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, who's sitting on this side? So you're right there. Like, it should just be- it's not forward, it's just right there. Alright, so I'm gonna go. Thank you, sir.
Just got a request, Mr. Director of the Community Fund. Here's that. They're having a Winter Wonder Fest on December 2nd. and 3rd. I wondered if we'd be done with the job. I think.
I didn't relate.
Yes.
And you'll like this. So I've got a 16-year-old daughter. And she's completely 16-year-old daughter-ish. Egocentric, world revolves around her. When things go wrong, nothing's her fault, it's everybody else's fault.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
So she sent a text at 8:07 to my wife and I this morning. We have a family group chat. Sure. I'm stuck behind a stupid train. She said on her way to school. My wife, you need some more buffers in your life, girl. My daughter, what's that mean? My wife, like a little more room for things to not go 100% perfect because they rarely do. My daughter, okay, fine. Let me just contact the train station and ask for their schedule.
She can call up Norfolk Southern and see it.
That is.
Did you ever have to deal with the railroad when you were a prosecutor?
No.
Well, there's a couple of times I did, and it wasn't anything really bad or anything. It was, our engineer's office was basically gonna fix a bridge, but it was, over this little creek, but it was close to a, railroad track. And basically the railroads, they just pretty much do anything they want. They'll give you like, yeah, here's our agreement, and it's like 30 pages, and it basically says, you gotta pay for their flagman, you gotta do everything, and then, if anything goes wrong, it's your fault.
I had the railroad police come with a case.
Oh, yeah, they were good to deal with.
A real thing? I'm like, I didn't know there was such a thing.
Yeah, there was actually a guy, he's got a commission, specialty this way with, J.P. Fulton, who's out of Jackson. He brought, several cases there, because we had, railroad type theft. He got some people trying to steal metal from one of the railroad sites here. He was good to work with.
I'm forever dad joked out. So every time they would come in, I'd be like, I feel like you work all the live one day.
Yep.
My kids are like, dad, for me.
Yeah, they basically like wear like the black polo shirts, the tan pants and everything. And
Yeah, they have anything with their hair on fire. She's not gonna know, like, where it's in the fire. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, I brought over, I stopped by the police department, grabbed some stuff.
oh, see, you should have said something about that.
But it's just a box
Good guy.
that she needed. And,
We gotta,
but I don't know exactly what she wants.
yeah, just pull them out, get them identified and.
I guess it's. Rob, that's what it is. Wait, really long. Yes, damn near.
You're going extra tall.
The one upstairs, like ready rooms. The first person here.
Yeah.
The one we have.
That's right, yeah.
Exhibits we've already used.
Yep.
That is.
Yeah.
You have it focused on the
Yeah,
defendant.
well, I can get some more locks, just confiscate.
I don't think we need that.
Okay.
I don't think we want that.
Yeah,
We're
we can,
focused on the
locks
defendant.
on-
That'd be good, then we could watch his reaction, which is nothing. Okay, so the answer's yes.
Still have to hear.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
covering,
know what, like, we put up
you were
the,
covering what last night?
yeah, with the two facing
Uh-huh.
Market Street here, yeah, there'd be plenty of room.
Okay.
Now, I'm not as panicked as I was 2 weeks ago when the first time.
There you
Fire.
go. Yeah, that's got Western Digital, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all have the same.
Even I got over that, hard drive, we ordered last for the thing with it's all metal, like, it was like 5 pounds. I was worried, I was worried. And then it's like, it has like, like, the pictures, like Abby Baby pictures on the subject. I have it on like 2 or 3 hard drives, just in case.
Yeah, backwards. Let's.
Good morning, Gavin.
Good morning, guys.
It's Friday.
And it is.
Oh, please take all every watermelon and apple. That's flavors that I do. You ever remember your experiment?
Oh, really?
I love watermelon, I love green apples. But not too. I don't know.
Green apple is kind of interesting, like I do like that, but then there's other over the top, like artificial flavors, I don't know. Just like I remember artificial blueberries. I love blueberries. But I don't much eat artificial blueberries. That weird.
Like an artificial banana. That is the nastiest.
The runs, the little.
Oh, yeah.
I do like that.
It's just nasty. Banana milkshakes. I love real bananas. I always really do on baby. They haven't quite got that stuff up before. Artificial apple here.
Hey, Bert. You look very snazzy today.
Hey. Well, they're gonna bring the defendant up. He comes in. The other guy's not far behind. He's just on a coffee run. That way I'm not like you're ever carrying a coffee. Good point. Couple minutes.
Don't mind if I.
Okay, wait. Okay. So we're like,
He's the one who's doing that. Yeah. I'm very friendly.
run down
Right.
the sideline action.
Yeah, we're not hugging.
I was about to.
When he played that goal and got his first facet prior to. He's smiling at me. I'm very proud of him.
Proceedings also.
I know, I'm like, they go right into basketball.
Yeah, my daughter just went to college
And
last week. And she sent me text messages that I got basketball next week. It's great.
She does volleyball and cheers.
Volleyball, cheers, not basketball, she does softball.
And you got
Track, yeah.
I guess like anything, something, Waverly was, you see on the back of the gym, they were doing two things to get ready. They're both going up and Memphis. They were doing police, but less security.
Not seeing the goal. Yeah, it's just.
Where they lost.
Oh, varsity is not good. It's
Oh, never, never, it's embarrassing.
I don't know, they were thinking going down to Kingsville, which is like about 200.
Yeah.
Drive. It was bad. Seven or something like that. It's weird how like, they were the state playoffs last year, with something around, well, the seniors graduated.
That sounds like our school, they ran 47 or something for zero.
Pretty state.
So,
They won a lot.
they don't,
Oh.
they get stomped, they get their butt stomped.
My daughter's, her teams just aren't good. It's kind of fun, it's fun. I'm like,
It is.
she did go her entire sports career, never been.
Wow,
That's tough.
Is that cheerleader for like, go ride the bus up and you do like. Other than running there, you have to write that. Like everybody's like, yeah. If they lose, they won't be. But if they don't ride that, thanks to that, they
They throw that white outlet, another team bringing flag.
It was their homecoming, they made it. But they had like a post game, they got like these like what, you let me out, you do something.
I'm gonna look, try to understand, for you know, it's pretty different. We told them that one game, they're raining, they're raining out.
This year, this is the Gabby's away from, what are you, what are their things?
They're out. Like they're
very good.
Yeah, sort of like what the OSU wears.
Oh.
It's chilling about these, so they look like something out of like the previous. You know, we just got the cross belts and like that, it goes as fast. It's like OSU, I really used to wear like, those like 20 cross belts on there.
Yeah.
No, that looks good.
Well, right, it's my daughter.
Yeah, it's just like they actually. And you see, you know, she's Chinese.
Sure, what did he say?
Now, does she, what sports does she do?
Just cheerleading, she played junior high volleyball. Yeah, she did it, okay, she was she's like all around. Like, across, she actually did use grass the last 2 years, and she messed up about ankle last year, so I'm not sure if she wants to get out this year. And the university said that they didn't get a good thing, and she was doing her, she just got these long grab birds. She doesn't do cheerleading.
Oh, okay.
She's grown enough so they don't throw her. She's too big to throw anymore. When she was little, she was one of them over here. I'm not crazy about it. Next month, it's just the weirdest thing.
It is pretty amazing, I mean, the things they do.
I had her charity dropped her on the house.
Now, they say that, though, it's the toughest sport, like in size.
Like they're like looking it over upside down, throwing up in the air. That looks dangerous.
Now, see, my daughter, she wants to quit cheerleading because at her school, they don't pay for the insurance for them to be able to do the stunts.
Oh, wow.
So that's why she's like, it's just not have fun without the stunts. She's like, so I don't do that.
That's like way they don't do it, as opposed to the high school programs around here.
Oh,
And they just stand up like you said.
that's in my daughter, she's like, it's not interactive, and that's all we do, you know. So that's why she wants to do all these other sports.
She made like stiff hurdles.
Well, maybe she should, I know my daughter, she wants to be friendly, she doesn't want to do the hurdles. They're hard on people's legs. So she doesn't want to do the hurdles part of it, she wants to do the other parts of it.
And even when I was thin, I was nervous.
I don't want to die good either.
I broke my neck.
Yeah. They look a lot higher when they're young.
Just wait till you have stuff out there.
Either make sure.
Mike's not. You mean media mics?
Yeah, my wife just messaged me and said the mics are on.
Yeah, you guys, they're not supposed to be I don't know if you guys have control of it, they're not supposed to be recording unless we're on the record.
So I didn't know they were even streaming yet.
Okay.
So I apologize about that. Yeah.
It's the audio, I think, that's on.
CR 155. The defendant is present with Mr. Parker and Mr. Nash as lawyers. The state is represented by Mr. Junk, Mr. Canepa, and Mr. Wilson. Also present is Mr. Scheider of Ohio BCI and I. A couple of matters before we bring the jury up. One concerns defense motion number 112, defendant's motion to allow witness to testify remotely. We discussed this in chambers, on the record in chambers, but I thought a witness be permitted to testify remotely. The court is going to hear that at 8:30 on Monday morning, hear that motion. I would, counsel is well aware and able to research the law on this, but there are a couple of cases, one out of the 8th District, State of Ohio versus Marcinic, which is 2008, Ohio 3553, and there's a 2020 case, State of Ohio versus Howard, 156 Northeast 3rd, 433, 2020 Ohio 3819. They discuss, and there are, I'm sure, several cases probably, but they discuss requirements to do that. One is our technology needs to be sufficient, so we need to check that out. And I'll have counsel intends to argue that on Monday at 8:30. So, and the other matter dealt with transcripts, grand jury transcripts of the testimony of Frederica, Wagner, and Rita Newcomb. The court has denied the defense request to have transcripts of their grand jury testimony prepared and either provided to the defense or reviewed with the court for inconsistencies. The state has argued that they are not co-defendants in this case, and on that basis, the court has denied that request. Was there anything further that the state wishes to place on the record concerning these matters or other matters before we bring the jury up?
Not those matters, Your Honor, but very briefly, just want to clarify the record with respect to an exhibit we used yesterday. Yesterday morning, we played the interview of Angela Wagner through Special Agent Jane Conisford. We played that for the jury. We never identified it as an exhibit number. So that exhibit number will be exhibit QQ, or exhibit letter will be QQ. And again, it's on, because it's a digital image, it's going to be on the external hard drive that's marked as video audio file services.
Does the defense agree with that?
Yes.
Does the defense wish to put anything else on the record concerning a couple of matters the court mentioned or any other matters?
No, thank you.
Let's bring the jury up. You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Marie. It's good to see all of you here this morning. As you're aware, we're in the state side of the case. Is the state ready to call an witness?
Yes, Your Honor, we are. Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Ms. Randa Hughes to stand.
Before sitting down, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as you shall answer unto God?
Yes.
You may be seated. State may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, how are you?
Nervous.
Okay.
Very.
We get that a lot from that chair, so.
Yeah.
One of the things I'll tell you, you seem to be positioned pretty well. That microphone in front of you does amplify your voice, so you don't have to necessarily shout as long as you're close to that. So,
Okay.
Okay. And first of all, can you just give us your name and go ahead and spell your first and last name, please?
And my name is Randa Hughes, and it's Randa and Hughes.
Okay. And Ms. Hughes, how old are you?
25.
And are you married?
No.
Okay. Do you live with someone?
Yes.
And who do you live with?
I live with Chris Newcomb, my 2 kids, and at the moment I live with my mother-in-law and her mom are living with us because our house caught on fire.
Okay. And where did they live prior to living with you?
Next door.
Okay. And can you tell us if the house that you currently live in, are you aware of whether or not there was a jury view to that location?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, the jurors actually went inside that residence,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And as you face that home, the home that you're currently living in, where is it to the right or to the left where,
She'd be to the right.
okay. Big white house.
Yes.
correct? Okay. And how long ago did the fire occur?
Last year in November.
Okay. And do you have children?
Yes.
What are their ages?
6 and 4.
Okay. And can you tell us how long you and Chris have been together?
9 years.
Okay. And can you tell us where you have lived during your time with Chris?
In Chillicothe with my parents. Then we lived in Oak Hill for a little bit at his mom's farm. Then we moved in with his mom, and now we're living in the residence.
Is
Well, all right, lead questions. Let's just think.
what is the plan after the residence next door to you is fixed up?
And Rita and Granny's going to move back home.
Okay. At which point you'll be living with Chris and your children in that home?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us who lived in that home prior to you and Chris and your children living there?
Angela, George, Jake, and their 2 kids.
Okay. And do you know who lived there prior to that?
Yes, it was Angela's dad. I don't know his real name, but we called him Pug.
Called him
Pug.
Pug, okay. And he has since passed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I think it was 2 years ago.
Okay. Can you tell us if you know where the Wagners lived when he passed?
Alaska.
And can you tell us, is Chris the father of both of your children?
Do what? Sorry, I was just thinking about the question I just said, because I just messed up.
Okay.
Because
okay.
if they're-
Correct it.
Pug had to die way long before because they've been in jail for a while. But when he passed, they was living in Alaska, so
Okay,
however long ago that was.
okay, all right. Are both your children belong to Chris?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. And can you tell us when you stayed, you said you lived with your parents for a while in Chillicothe, correct?
Yes.
When would that have been?
It was the end of May in 2016.
And prior to that, had you and Chris resided together?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you live prior to that?
And at the farm in Oak Hill.
Okay. And can you tell us, through your relationship with Chris, have you ever met the Wagners?
Yeah, 3 years in of us dating, I met them.
Okay. Any idea why it took so long for you to meet him?
Chris didn't really want me meeting his sister.
Okay. And so you had not met any of them, Angela?
No,
Jane,
I
or-
was pregnant by the time I finally met them.
Okay,
I was early on in my pregnancy.
okay. And can you tell us, had you ever been out to Bethel Hill Road? when they lived in Bethel Hill? Okay. Had you ever been out to Peterson Road?
Yes, when they lived there.
Okay,
When they lived at Bethel, I never went there. I have went to the place after the fact of them living there, but never when they lived there.
okay. And why did you go there after the fact?
Honestly, I cannot remember. I think we went there to get something or tear down a building that was still there to use wood.
Okay. And how many times would you say you've been to the Peterson Road address?
A few times,
Okay. A few as in 2 or 3, or a handful, or,
a handful.
okay. And can you tell us what reasons you would go there?
A lot of times Chris would help build things for them or help them out with things. A lot of times we was going over there to help build something or help them with something.
Okay. And can you tell us what kinds of things that might be?
Chris helped build a barn, fence. And I helped him with a few other things like cleanup wise.
Okay. Cleaning up the property.
Yeah.
Okay. And when he helped build the barn, can you tell me approximately how many times he would have gone out there for that purpose?
Not very much because Chris is more one to watch somebody than do something.
Okay. And can you remember approximately when that was that he was out there helping with that barn?
It's probably was March or April, I think.
Okay. And you indicated you were already pregnant,
Yeah,
so what year would that have been?
2016.
Okay. And at the time that you would accompany him when he would go out there?
Not a lot of times. I stayed in the house with Angela and the kids and Rita.
Okay, so Rita would be there too?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Rita?
She is my mother-in-law. That's Chris's mom.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you see the barn, however, in the progress they were making?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell us at that time, what stage was it in?
It was, everything was there except nothing was on the inside.
Okay. So had any stalls been built
No.
at that point? So it was just basically open
Yeah.
area within that barn? Okay. I'm just gonna hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit RR4
Okay.
and just ask you to look at it and tell me, were any of those stalls or structures on the interior of the barn there at the time that you were out there?
No.
Okay. Thank you. You indicated that it was 3 years before you met the Wagners. Did you meet all of them at the same time, or
Yes.
tell me about that? Where was that, if you recall?
I think they came to Granny's house.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, I can't remember because it was so long ago, but I think they came for Thanksgiving dinner.
Okay. And you would have been pregnant in November of 2015, correct? You
Yes.
had your child in July,
Yes.
right? Okay, so you met all of them at that time?
Yes.
Angela?
Yeah, Jake, George. I can't remember if Billy was there. And I think Hannah may have been there because at the time they was together, but then they broke up shortly after that.
Okay, so the Thanksgiving that you remember Hannah being present for, they broke up shortly thereafter?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it may have been that time that you met the Wagners for the first time, or it may have been a different thing.
Yeah, I can't remember if that was the first time or if I've met them before that.
But they were together when you saw them?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And is that the only time that you ever saw Hannah?
Yes.
Okay. And what about any of the other rodents? Did you ever meet any of them?
I met Frankie one time at trade days.
And where were trade days?
It was at Ross County.
Okay. And do you remember who he was with or anything?
I don't know who the girl was at the time.
Okay, all right,
Like I said, I didn't really know hardly any of them.
okay, all right. And can you tell us, what kind of contact did you have with the Wagners after you had met them?
We would visit and they'd visit us.
Okay. And how often would you say that occurred? Say once a week, once a month?
Not that, like maybe a couple times out of the month.
Okay. And can you tell us, when you would see them, what kinds of things would you guys do? Would you just hang out at?
Just hang out. There was a couple times we went fishing, like just me, Chris, and George.
Okay.
But as far as hang out with Jake, didn't really do that much.
Okay. Chris was closer to George.
Yes.
Fair. And they were also closer in age, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Jake or George Wagner with their hair dyed?
Yes.
Can you tell us when that would have been? And let me phrase that differently. In relation to the homicides, can you tell us when that would have been?
I don't know if it would have been a couple weeks or a month.
Okay. Were there any conversations about that at that time, when you saw them with their hair dyed?
Yes.
And what was that?
Well, why did they do it? And Jake said he wanted to look like, I think his name's Norman Reed's.
Norman Reedus?
Yeah, I told him he was far from that.
Okay. But both Jake and George had their hair dyed?
Yes,
Okay. And did you know who dyed their hair?
Angela.
And after the homicides, did that fact that they had dyed their hair cause you to think something?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
Sorry.
Objection.
What did I think?
Yeah.
Made me worry.
Why?
Objection.
Because why would you change your appearance and then something like that happen?
And that was something that you thought at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you share your concerns with anybody?
No, just to my mother.
Okay. Not with Chris?
No.
Okay. And was there ever a time where you were present for helping to obtain a .40 caliber Glock for George?
Yes.
Sorry.
A little bit leading. It's a leading question.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection, but let the answer stand. We do have to avoid leading questions.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, he asked Chris if he knew of anybody that had a Glock. And Chris said that he didn't know of anybody at the moment, but that he could look for him. And when Chris found one, I think he was messaging a guy on Facebook about it, because the guy posted a gun case, and the guy ended up having a bunch of other guns. Well, George wanted it, so we met up with the guy.
Okay.
But George wanted us to go because Chris had been the one talking to him.
Okay. And did you accompany Chris
Yes.
on that day? Okay. And do you remember where you met up with this individual?
I don't know exactly where. I just know it was a park and ride.
Okay. You met the guy that had the gun at the park and
Yes.
ride? Okay. Can you tell us what your relationship was like with Angela?
I did not like her.
Okay. And why was that?
I didn't like the fact that she was so judgmental. She can't say the word, but she was just a conniving woman.
Okay. And when you say she was judgmental, what kinds of things was she judgmental about?
She would judge people, and she had more skeletons in her closet than anybody.
Okay. And specifically, did she ever share opinions about your children or anything?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us what your observations were of her relationship with her grandchildren?
Close.
And can you tell us if you perceived it to be more of a mother relationship or a grandmother relationship?
Well, I'm going to sustain that. I think it has to be more specific than that.
Okay. Do you know if any of the grandchildren slept with Angela?
Yes.
Which grandchildren?
Mulvine.
And were you aware that Bullvine's mother was not involved in his life
Yes.
for the most part.
From the time I came around, she was not around.
Okay. And can you tell us what the relationship was like with Jake and George?
They were close.
Were you aware, there was a time when you were living at, with Rita and Chris's grandmother, correct? And next door to the Wagners, correct?
Yes.
After they had come back from Alaska, is that
Yes.
correct? And during that time, I assume you saw them more often than you had previously.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us if you were ever aware of the family meetings that they would have?
Yes.
And how were you aware of that?
Not only would Angela mention it and stuff like that, but hearing it from Chris's point of view and Rita's, I mean.
Okay. And at that time, who lived at that address? Which of the Wagners lived there?
Angela, George, Jake, and the two kids.
Okay. So Billy was not staying there at that time?
No.
Okay. How often would you see Billy?
Not very often. He didn't come around.
Was there ever a time when you became aware of what Jake and George's reported favorite movie was?
Basis is.
Time frame, Your Honor?
Well, I'm gonna let her answer that last question. Was there ever a time?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. How did you become aware of it?
We were discussing our favorite movies and stuff, and I didn't really have a favorite movie or show because I like a lot, but they liked The Walking Dead and Boondock Saints.
You said The Walking Dead and Boondock Saints?
Yes.
Okay. And were you familiar with The Walking Dead at that time?
The Walking Dead, yes.
Okay. Were you familiar with the Boondock Saints?
Never seen it.
Okay. But did you learn later
Yes.
what it was about? Okay. Did you know, did you ever meet Tabby at all?
No, not until after all this.
Okay. So during that entire time that you knew the Wagners, you never met Tabby?
No.
Okay. And you said you met Hannah one time,
Mhm.
correct? And did you know a person by the name of Beth Ann Wagner?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Beth Ann Wagner?
She was Jake's wife.
Okay. And tell us when you learned that she was his wife.
When they moved back from Alaska.
Okay. So you were not aware at the time that they actually got married?
Mm-mm.
Okay. And did you have many interactions with her?
Yeah, because she lived next door.
Okay. You were interviewed by BCI, is that correct?
Yes.
Or you were present during interviews
Yes.
at BCI? And they provided you and Chris some information that had been collected? correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, is it true that Chris said that
Objection.
none of these people would have?
Sustained.
what did he say about whether or not these people could have done this?
The basis of your objection is, this sounds like calls for hearsay, so I will sustain the objection.
When BCI shared that information with you, did you have concerns?
Yes,
Okay. And at that time, at some point then you were living next door to them, correct?
yes,
And did that cause you concerns?
yes.
After the Wagners were charged in these offenses, did they want you and Chris to do certain things?
Yes,
Okay. And regarding the children, their children, George's son and Jake's daughter, what did they want you to do?
get custody.
Sustain. The basis of her knowing that they wanted her to do certain things, who it was she talked with, et cetera, I'm going to sustain the objection. I think we're too general on this question.
Did you receive phone calls from any of the Wagners?
Yes.
Which Wagners?
Well, they called Chris, but it was Angela, Jake, and George.
Okay. And specifically, what did they want you to do?
Objection. She said they called Chris.
Were you present for some of those?
Well, wait a minute, I'll sustain the objection at this point. You can go ahead with the subject matter. All right.
Were you present for some of those calls?
Yes,
Okay. And were you aware of what they were asking?
yes, because they were on speaker.
Okay. And what were they asking? Well,
Well, if we're going to be testifying about specific phone calls, I think that we need to be specific about the phone calls. Who called, approximately when, how she's aware of what the conversation was, et cetera, before I'm allowed it in, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
how often would you receive calls from the Wagners?
Well, sometimes they call 3 times a week, or it would be once a week. George and Angela called the most.
Okay. And specifically regarding George and custody of his son, what was he asking? I don't know how.
I'm sorry, what's your best? No, I'm going to overrule that.
Regarding custody of his son, what did he want you to do?
Get custody. Get custody,
Okay. And how do you know that?
because they asked.
Okay.
Well, George asked.
Okay. George asked, and did anybody else ask you to do
Yes.
that? Who else?
Angela and Jake.
Okay. They all three asked you guys to try to get custody of both Bullvine and Sophia.
Yes.
Correct? And did you get an attorney to do that?
Yes.
Who paid for that attorney?
Chris.
And how frequent were those discussions about this?
Yeah. will overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell us how frequently those conversations were occurring?
A lot.
And was that immediately, during the time frame after they had been charged in this case?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And you said that you guys got an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ultimately, did you continue to pursue custody?
No,
Okay. Why not?
because after meeting Tabby, she wasn't,
Overruled.
Tabby was not as expected as she was meant to be. I seen a different person and so did Chris. So I felt Bullvine had every right to know his mom, be with his mom. And with Sophie, me and Chris both agreed she was happy where she was. And she done lost enough.
Objection.
Sorry,
Objection.
basis.
Testifying about Sophie.
Overruled.
You said you guys agreed that she was happy where she was and that she had lost enough.
Mm-hmm.
And can you tell us, was George in agreement with custody going to Tabby?
I wouldn't necessarily disagreed. He just still had his worries if she was the person that we were.
And so you stopped the legal process? in
Yes.
this Case, okay. And do you recall, I think COVID is a good marker, just because people pretty much know when that occurred. Do you have a recollection as to when you guys stopped that pursuit? If you recall.
I think it was after Jake confessed to everything.
Can you tell us, we talked about the fact that you were interviewed by BCI and provided information by them. Was there a time that Jake or George or Angela or Billy told you not to talk to BCI?
Yes.
And who told you that?
Angela, Jake, and George.
Angela, Jake, and George?
Yes.
Were you aware that Chris's mother was charged in this case?
Yes.
And did you become aware that she had in fact lied to the authorities?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you become aware of that?
We were sitting in the backyard on the picnic table when she started crying and me and Chris asked her.
Objection.
The basis is.
Seriously.
Sorry, she decided that she was.
I'm gonna overrule that.
But we asked her why she was crying and she told us that she had lied and we asked her, could she explain that? And she told us that Angela asked her to lie for her.
We needed more questions. You're that going beyond your question.
Okay.
Sorry.
The jury would disregard the latter part of that. But about her crying and saying she had lied, that much the jury can consider, but the rest of it will be stricken.
Okay.
Disregard the rest.
And she was upset. What was she upset about?
Because she had lied.
Okay. And did you advise her of anything at that point?
Yes.
What did you advise?
We advised her to call her lawyer immediately and to open up to when she had to come to court and tell the truth.
And at that point, that was before Jake had confessed,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Do you know if Rita had ever been arrested before in her life?
No.
Did you ever, we talked about when you first, just even the change of the appearance, very, very close to when the homicides happened. Did you?
Objection. The answer was a month.
I said a couple weeks or a month.
Oh, wait just a minute. I'm going to sustain the objection. It's leading, may help form it, but we have to be accurate in what we're saying, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
That after the homicides occurred, you made a comment to your mother about the fact that they had changed their appearance
Yeah.
before the homicides,
Yes.
and then the homicides occurred. And
Yeah.
That was the testimony.
Objection. I don't think it's accurate. He didn't.
I'm going to sustain, excuse me, I'm going to overrule the objection, allow the answer to stand. Defense may continue, or state may continue.
Okay. And I think you already indicated when BCI was showing you the evidence, did that increase your concerns?
Objection answered.
Sustain.
You have been residing with Chris this entire time, correct?
Yes.
Since the homicides occurred. Okay. And were you present when he learned of Jake's confession?
Yes.
And you witnessed his response to that?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe that?
He was very upset. It was hard to keep him calm from hitting and punching stuff because he was infuriated because of it.
And were you present when he communicated that?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hughes, I don't know if this came out clearly, but you indicated that when you met Tabby, she did not appear the way she had been described to you, correct? And who had described her to you?
Angela, George, and Jake.
Okay. And they described her in a positive or a negative way?
Negative.
Basis of that objection. I'm gonna overrule the objection.
So Angela, George, and Jake had described her in a negative way to you?
Overrule.
Yes. And but when you met her, she did not appear to be that person that had been
So, wait a minute.
described to you.
Meeting and answer.
What is it?
Meeting and answer as well. Just repeats.
It is leading, but,
Just summarize.
but I'm going to permit it in this particular case to help formulate your question. You know, to refrain from leading questions, so overrule the objection.
When you met her, she did not appear to match that description.
No.
We had a time frame here.
When did you meet Tabby?
I can't remember the exact date, but I know it was after all this, when we was having visitations with Bullvine.
Okay. So at some point after November of 2018.
Sounds about right, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that Jake and George were close. Did you perceive one of them to be in a protector role?
Yeah.
Who would that be?
George.
Okay. And who was he protective of?
Jake.
And you indicated that Angela was controlling. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
She was one, if it wasn't her way, it was no way. And if things weren't going the way she wanted, she'd try to make it go her way.
And how would she try to make it go her way?
She would be very persistent about something until, you know, you either gave in or you just walked off.
And to your knowledge, was Rita permitted to watch the grandkids?
No.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
The defense may cross examine.
Good morning, Randa.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm all right.
So the way this works is you've just given some answers to the prosecutor, and then I have the opportunity to question you for clarification, okay? So Randa, I'm going to kind of go in order in which the prosecutor went with the questions. Let's start with the living arrangements. And so in regard to that, can you tell us, when did you meet Chris?
Oh, gosh. You're going far back. I know I met him at my cousin's house. And I think it was 2013, 2014.
Okay. And at some point, you two lived together,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, it was 3 years after because I was still in high school.
Okay. And so when, and I know I'm asking you questions, and I don't want you to be rushed to answer these because I understand you might be nervous.
Yeah.
And so take your time. When did you and Chris live together?
I graduated in 2015, and as soon as I did, I moved straight in with him. But we was living with his dad for a short period of time, and then we moved.
Okay. And so after you graduated, you lived in a home where his father lived?
Yeah, it was like maybe a week.
Okay.
We wasn't there long because him and my cousin did not get along.
Oh, okay, all right. So your cousin lived there too?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to get this arrangement. After you graduated, you and Chris lived with, would that be Pug?
No,
Okay, I thought you said lived with somebody's father.
no, we just stayed with Chris's father after I graduated.
Okay, okay, is that Pug or?
No, that's Les.
Okay, Les, right, okay. So Les would have lived where?
Chillicothe.
Chillicothe. So you and Chris lived with Les in Chillicothe, and then who else lived in that home?
It was just Mick at the time,
I'm sorry,
and my cousin Mick and her son.
okay, so Les is there, Mick is there,
Mm-hmm.
Mick's son is there,
Yes,
and you and Chris are there.
yes,
Okay, is that it?
yes, that was it.
Okay, and how long before you moved out, approximately?
About a week.
Okay, and then where did you move?
We moved into the farm in Oak Hill.
The farm where?
In Oak Hill,
Okay, and who lived there?
me and Chris,
Okay, and then from there, where did you go?
to Rita's mother's house, which is Norma Beasler.
Okay, did Rita live in Oak Hill?
No, she stayed with Granny.
Okay,
She would come to the farm, but she didn't live there because she had to take care of Granny.
okay, and so you and Chris then moved to South Webster?
Yes,
And lived with who now?
Rita Newcomb and Norma Beasler.
Okay, Rita would be Chris's mother,
Yes,
and then Mrs. Beasler would be
his grandmother.
his grandmother. Okay. All right, and where you guys live, would that be the house that all the jurors went into?
Right now, that we're living in now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you all lived in that house?
No, we live next door. Whenever they all got arrested, we moved into the house we're in now.
Okay, so when you say the arrest, you're talking about George's arrest, right?
Yes,
And so prior to that, you were living next door,
Yes.
right?
yes,
Okay. And then after the arrest, you moved over to the house where all the jurors went, right?
yes,
And currently you're there with your kids
yes,
and Rita
yes,
and her mother,
yes,
Ms. Beasler, okay,
and Chris.
and Chris, right? And so it sounds most of your relationship with Chris, you have always lived in this family atmosphere with other members, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think you said, correct me if I'm wrong, that the first time you met the Wagners would have been Thanksgiving?
I'm thinking, I know they came over to Granny's house.
Okay.
I may have been wrong. It may have not just been a family dinner.
Okay,
I just remember it was a dinner.
okay. And, all right, and so I was gonna ask you if that's November of 2015. You're not really sure about whether it was Thanksgiving, you're just positive it was a dinner, right?
Yeah, because I didn't get pregnant with my son till October of 2016.
Okay,
I mean, 2015.
of 15, all right. And so this meeting with George and his family would have been in 2015, right?
Yes,
Towards the end of 2015?
yes, because Chris didn't want me to meet them at the moment.
Okay. Well, I know you said them, but on your direct testimony, you said Angela. right?
Yes,
Okay.
because they didn't get
That's
along.
okay. And the answer that you just gave me was because he didn't get along with Angela, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you testified that you had, after that dinner, you had occasion to visit the home on Peterson, is that right?
yes,
Okay. And one of the reasons that you would go there is because Chris would help build the fence or build the barn, is that right?
yeah, most of the time he was over there helping George,
Okay.
mainly George with stuff.
And if I heard you correctly in your direct testimony, that would have been in March or April of 2016, right?
Yes, I'm pretty positive.
And it sounds to me that you were observant of what's going on because you were able to identify that there were no stalls in that barn.
Yes.
Okay. And so you had testified that you had met Hannah on one occasion. is that
Yeah.
right?
To like actually talk, yes.
Okay, all right. And you're obviously familiar with who George is.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, that was your answer. And are you able to tell us what was your perception, your take on the relationship between George and
George and who?
Hannah?
They got along from what I seen and
Okay.
heard.
Would you characterize that as a close relationship?
I wouldn't personally be able to answer that because I don't really know.
Okay. Because after all, you'd only met her one
Yes.
time, right? Right. And about these activities, I believe you testified that you and Chris would hang out with George, right?
Yes.
And you guys would hunt?
Fish.
Okay, no hunting deer?
Mm-mm.
Okay, all right.
That was
No.
more their thing. I was a fisher.
Okay.
So a
all
lot of
right.
times we would go fishing.
Yeah, and when you would go, Jake did not participate?
No.
Okay. I saw you kind of wrinkle your forehead when you said that. That's just not Jake's thing. Is that it?
We really didn't like to hang out with Jake.
Okay, never really hung out with him.
Yeah, me and Chris, like,
Fair to say he's odd and different, right?
yes,
All right. Speaking of which, he had a room there in the house where you live now, right?
yep,
You think he had a pink bedroom with My Little Pony in there, is that right?
yes, but he also had his daughter sleeping with him in there, so.
Oh, okay, all right. And we talked, so I understand, at least you participated with fishing when George and Chris would go. What about hunting?
No.
Okay, you didn't participate?
I didn't really too much care.
Okay, all right, hunting's
se.
just not your thing,
No,
right?
not really.
You're not saying Chris and George didn't hunt, are you?
No, I told you, that was their thing.
Hunt deer?
Yeah, they liked hunting deer.
Okay. And when they would do that, if you know, would Jake participate?
As far as I've heard, Jake kind of sometimes would, sometimes wouldn't.
Okay. He wasn't a normal person.
No, he was more of like a homebody.
Okay. And as opposed to George, he was typically outdoors.
Yes.
And there was some testimony about, and I just want to, I guess, understand this a little better. You testified about observing dyed hair, right?
Yes.
And you had corrected me that, I believe when I made an objection, that you saw that dyed hair somewhere between 2 weeks and a month
Yeah,
before the homicide.
like a couple weeks to a month, because I can't remember that far
Yeah.
back.
Right.
I mean, that's a long time ago, and at that time, I'm not being very observant of everything until after the math.
Uh-huh.
So after the math, I started trying to put things together, like, okay,
So after the murders, you didn't see George change his hair to blonde or something, did you?
No, they just kind of let it fade out.
Oh, okay. So there was no concealing
No.
hair? Okay, all right. And there was some discussion, speaking of hair color, Jake had told you that I think he wanted to look like Norman Reedus. Is that
Yes.
right? And Norman Reedus, is he the main character in The Walking Dead?
He's kind of one of the main characters of The Walking Dead, yes.
All right. And Jake had a fascination with Norman?
Yes.
Okay, I saw you really give me a positive response to that. And you've watched The Walking Dead, right?
Yes, I
Okay.
have.
And so your familiarity with the movie.
Yes.
How do you kill a zombie?
They shoot him in the head.
Okay. And you, before I get there, you see this individual right here who I'm pointing at, right?
Yep.
You've
Ryan?
seen him before, right?
Yes.
And I believe I just interrupted you, but you just said his name.
Ryan?
Okay, you know Ryan. And how do you know Ryan?
Because he has spoken to me multiple occasions.
Yes, he spoke with you out there at your residence in South Webster, right?
And at my mom's.
Okay, and at your mother's, okay. And there was a discussion, in fact, you just testified about it on your direct testimony about a .40 caliber Glock,
Yes.
right? And you were present for that discussion when Ryan was speaking with Chris, right? There in
What?
South Webster? Do you remember Ryan coming to South Webster to speak with Chris?
Yes.
Okay, and you were there, right, for that conversation?
Yeah, a lot of the conversation, yes, I was there.
And you could hear what was being discussed, right?
Yes.
And you had provided some input as well during this conversation.
Yes.
Okay, and this .40 caliber Glock, you would recall Chris characterizing that as green in color, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we talked about your connection or your speaking with George. You had spoke with George on the phone quite a bit.
Yeah.
When he was in Alaska, do you recall?
I wouldn't like say like we would talk. It was mainly Chris and him, but I'd like say hi, how you doing, things like that, and he'd ask me how I was,
Yeah.
and then that'd be about it.
Okay. And are you aware that BCI, the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, had those phone calls tapped? That those phone calls were recorded?
At that moment, I can't remember.
Okay, I understand you said at that moment, so it sounds to me at some point you're aware that the conversations you had, that you're aware that those phone calls were recorded, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there was some discussion about George telling you or directing you what to do, is that right?
Like he was just asking if we could do that
Okay.
and get custody of the children, yes.
Yeah, and you would agree with me if I said that Chris was not happy with the special agents from BCI coming to the house, right?
Well, yes.
And he didn't want them coming there.
And no, he didn't, it wasn't that. He was just at the moment he didn't want to believe that his family could do something like that.
Right.
So being questioned about it all the time was frustrating for him.
Yeah, and you recall through those phone calls that we've established were recorded, Chris would speak badly about the BCI agents coming to his house, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you testified, I mean, you have testified quite a bit of your knowledge about the Wagner family and George. It sounds like you have spent considerable time around the family.
Yeah, being with Chris for 9 years and meeting them 3 years after me and Chris, that's a long time, you know?
Yeah. And so this, and you understand that, or you would agree with me that Chris is like a brother to George, right?
Was,
Yeah? And let me ask you, when you found out that Jake had testified, or that he had pled guilty to all of these murders, I believe you were there with Chris, right?
yes.
And Chris was shocked.
Yes, he was shocked. He was upset.
He couldn't believe.
No, because he felt stupid for defending.
He felt stupid for getting duped, right?
Yes.
And we spoke about George having some requests of you to obtain custody,
Mhm.
right? Now, that happened, let me ask you, Your Honor, if I could approach.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendant on Wagner Exhibit 21. Do you recognize this?
What do you mean, like, bovine?
Oh, okay, so I asked if you recognize, and your answer was Bullvine, and who would that be?
George's son.
Okay, and you're familiar, and who's the other individual there in that photo?
That's George.
And when you were asked on direct about custody, that's Bullvine there, right?
Yes.
Who George's arm is, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that George loved Bullvine very much,
Yes, he did.
center of his work.
Yes.
Okay. And so after George was arrested, well, you're aware that his mother was arrested, right?
Yes.
His father?
Yeah.
His brother?
Yeah.
And so you're aware then that Bullvine is essentially without a homeowner. And so he's asking you to obtain custody, right?
Yes.
Her home life and her living with people who had committed sex offenses?
No, that's all that is what I've heard. So
Okay.
like, it's like hearsay stuff. So I can't tell you that, yes, that's what happened. And
Yeah.
that's the life she lived.
And you and Tabby never talked about that, right?
No.
So that's something you just didn't know about.
Yes.
And so you would agree that somebody reaching out to you to try and have somebody take care of their child is something any loving parent
Oh,
would do.
yes.
And so you, or Chris, I should say, followed through with that wish to try and obtain custody, right?
Absolutely.
And there was a case in the juvenile court in Cider County, right?
Yes.
In fact, that's where Chris had to go about this custody matter, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Chris had hired an attorney, right?
Yes.
Christine Scott was
Yes.
his attorney, right?
Yes.
And Chris is just merely, he's not a parent, but an uncle.
A great uncle.
Right. And the juvenile court, well, it wasn't just Chris trying to get custody, but there was Tabby who was also there.
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that the juvenile court made a decision to place Bullvine with the mother, not with the great uncle, right?
Yes.
And at that time, was Chris working?
He did what he did for like what he did before, the buy, sell, and trade.
Okay.
But he
right.
didn't have like the job he has now.
Okay, all right. And I'm assuming this attorney, Christine Scott, required money and it wasn't court appointed, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when George was in jail, he spoke with you on the phone. You had relayed to him about the information you had about Tabby, right?
About how she
What
was?
you had learned about her,
Yes.
that maybe she wasn't a bad person,
Yes.
right? You would agree with me that after telling him that his concerns have been somewhat relaxed?
Yes.
Okay. Just give me a minute, I'm just
That's
checking
okay.
out questions, okay. were you ever present, or would you agree with me that George had spoke of wanting to move away and live on his own away from his family?
Objection. That's hearsay. That's the defense statement.
Well, she can say yes or no, that's the question.
Well, he just said, he just testified for his friend, for his client.
Did you ever hear this? And she didn't.
I'll sustain the
Lastly, you had testified in regard to Chris's mother, and that's Rita, right?
Yes.
She had been indicted in this case.
Yeah.
And it's your understanding that she was indicted because Angela had used her notary without permission, right?
Yeah. I don't think it was actually, it was her dad's old notary that she used, I think.
Okay.
But she forged Rita's signature.
And that was without Rita's permission.
Exactly.
And so when I say Angela, what I want to know is, if I understand you correctly, Rita's own daughter, Angela, got her indicted?
Yes.
I just have that movie.
Okay.
Just a couple other questions. I forgot to ask about Beth. When I say Beth, who was Beth?
Beth is Jake's ex-wife.
Yeah, could you, okay, and how is it that you know her?
Because when they moved back, they brought her.
Okay. And did you ever have conversations with Beth?
A couple times, yes, because she was, there.
Yeah, tell me more. What was your impression about that?
Very weird.
Okay, can you give me some examples or tell me about
She would try to look like me, like dye her hair like me and stuff like that. And she just, considering me and Chris asked her why in the world would she get with somebody knowing what they're being accused of is beyond me. But she claimed she didn't believe the accusations he was being accused of, but I thought it was odd why somebody would want to be with somebody that's been accused of the stuff.
Well, yes. Why she would be with Jake, right?
Yes.
And so, just so I'm clear, you have spoke with George on the phone since his arrest, right?
Yeah, a couple times.
Yeah. Chris has too, right?
Oh, yeah.
In fact, that communication over the phone has continued up until maybe about a month or so ago, is that right?
Yeah. Not as often, though.
And so Beth is odd, I guess.
Very odd.
Much like Jake.
Yeah, they could have passed for siblings.
Yeah, all right. And so speaking of that, can you tell me any differences that you observed between Jake and George?
They were opposites.
Okay. And in what way? I know you're kind of being put on the spot.
Well, I mean, George was more adventurous, and Jake, like I said, was more of a homebody.
So
He didn't.
George was, excuse me, go on.
Jake just didn't care to really socialize, I guess.
Yeah, and so he would stay at home
Most of the time, yeah.
with Angela.
Yeah,
And George would get out, right?
sometimes.
Okay. Hung out with you, or you hung out with him and Chris, right?
Yeah.
And one other thing about that, that gun
Mm-hmm.
that was acquired, that was through Facebook, right?
Yes.
And George never asked you to conceal that or keep that secret or not say anything about that, right?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. Good for the question.
Any redirect from the state?
Yes. Ms. Hughes, you were asked first of all about your living arrangements.
Yeah.
You lived in Oak Hill with just you and Chris, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you stayed with your parents shortly after you had, or shortly before, and then shortly
Yeah.
after you had your first child,
Yes.
correct? And why did you do that?
Because with Colton, I kept going through like early labor, and I was already at 4 centimeters, and where I was so close, I was afraid that I wasn't going to make it to the hospital in time, so I felt more comfortable staying closer to home and then having my mom's help after.
Okay. And where did you give birth to your child?
At Adina, Chillicothe.
So you were closer to the hospital at your
Oh, yeah.
as well. And then, for a time, you stayed with Chris's mom and grandmother.
Yes.
Correct? But when you first moved into that Havner Lane, where you live now, that was just you and Chris and your children, correct?
Yes.
And his mother and grandmother are just staying with you temporarily until their home
I'm
is.
checking.
It's-
Well, okay, leading question, I will sustain the question.
Is that a permanent or temporary?
Temporary.
Okay. And in fact, has significant progress been made in?
Oh,
fixing
yeah.
that? Okay. Hopeful that will happen soon.
Yeah.
Okay. You indicated that George would sometimes call from Alaska, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How often would you say that happened?
I'm not really sure because, like I said, he always just, called Chris.
Right. Okay. And regardless, he obviously did not share that Jake had gotten married, for instance, correct?
No.
Not while they were still in Alaska?
No.
Okay. You didn't find that out until they came back?
Yeah, because I was like, who is this girl?
Okay. And did George like Beth?
No.
Okay. Did he ever tell you anything about her or accuse her of anything?
No, he didn't.
Okay. But he shared with you that he did not like her?
Oh, yeah.
Did he say why?
Just how she was. She was just kind of weird and a little bit off.
Okay. And you indicated you had a conversation with her where you literally said to her, why are you with Jake?
Yes.
When you know that what he's being accused of?
Yes.
Basically, okay. And what was her response?
She said she already did a back.
Hearsay, what that said?
Sorry.
Well, I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, they opened the door on this when, during their cross-examination regarding Beth and that very topic.
What was your question? What was the question?
When she asked Beth why she would be with Jake knowing what you were being accused of, and I asked her what her response was.
I believe it was asking answer.
I don't think it was that answer.
It wasn't, the answer was because she was odd and weird.
Well, okay, I'll permit that question. I will overrule the objection to that question.
And what was her response to that?
That she already did a background check on him and she didn't believe all the accusations.
Okay. And you were asked if, basically, if Angela was the one responsible for getting her mother indicted. Were you aware that there were also documents belonging to George and Jake that were also forged that she was charged with?
Basis is,
Well, we're trying to say that Angela alone is the person.
I'm going to sustain the objection. It's a leading question, if nothing else, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you aware if there were any, who the documents belonged to that she was charged with?
No.
Okay. You were asked if Chris considered George to be like a brother,
Mhm.
and I think you said he was like a brother to
Yeah.
him, past tense.
Yeah.
Correct? Why did you use that tense?
Because after all this happened, I mean, Chris was really upset about it, so he kind of felt like he didn't really know his family.
Okay. And that applies to George as well,
Yes.
correct? And there was a question about him still talking to George, and you said that that has changed,
Yes.
correct?
No.
How has it changed?
Because I don't know how to explain that. I just don't know. He just stopped. Because I guess with everything, it's just all too much.
Okay.
And I guess he was just trying to get some closure to see, like, if he would say, yes, I did, or no, I didn't, but
Okay. And are the calls as frequent now
No.
as they were? Okay. And that is Chris's choice, correct?
yes.
And you were asked if George loved his son, and your answer was,
Yes.
did he also love Sophia?
Yes.
And did Jake love his daughter?
Yes.
And did he also love Bullvine?
Yes.
And you talked about George being a protector of Jake. Would you say that he was also
Now
protective?
this goes across.
I'm sorry.
She's asking this question again to get on the record, he did not touch the cross.
Yeah,
It's,
they use that picture and put this issue, put this addition.
I'll permit that question.
was George also protective of his son and his niece?
Yes.
I have another question, Charlie.
And for the cross.
Yes. Thank you. Nothing.
Okay.
You can sit down.
Thank you.
We're going to take a recess. Approximately 11:15 will be in recess until 11:30. Jury is to assemble at the jury room at 11:30. While you're on recess, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. Do not formally express an opinion concerning the case. Do no research at all concerning the case as to the facts or as to the law. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, and have no contact with anyone, so if anyone participating in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Anything further from counsel for either side before we recess? We are in recess until 11:15. state ready to call us next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will recall Brian White, Agent Brian White.
And you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth that you shall have. I do. See? And state your name.
Thank you, Your Honor. In a nice loud voice, can you introduce yourself again to the jury?
My name is Brian White. I'm a lieutenant with the Madison County Sheriff's Office.
So, but you have previously testified multiple times in this case about assistance that you gave when you worked with BCI with respect to the Rhoden homicide in Pike County, correct?
That's correct.
And did that include assistance on several search warrants?
Yes.
And with respect to one of those search warrants that we've already talked about, was one of those at 260 Peterson Road.
Correct.
And I'm gonna put up for the jury what's been marked as State's Exhibit AA 117. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit AA 117?
That's an overview aerial photograph of the property at 260 Peterson Road.
And did you, as part of your duties, do an initial search warrant out there on May 10th, 2017?
Yes.
You already testified about that, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And did you do a follow-up search warrant based on information that you received on May 10th? Or some comparisons that were done on May 10th? Did you do a follow-up search warrant on May 12th, 2017?
Yes.
Did you also, and did you testify about that, right?
Yes, I have.
And did you also do a search warrant at the Flying W Farms on or participate in the search warrant at the Flying W Farms on May 13th, 2017?
Yes, I did.
And did you already testify about that?
Yes, I have.
Now, at some point after those search warrants, was a decision made to go back to 260 Peterson Road and do a more in-depth search around that barn area for potential evidence?
Yes.
Can you, well, back, first of all, when you did those initial searches in May, so May 10th and May 12th, had the Wagner family already moved out of that property at the time of those searches?
Yes, they have.
And on those initial searches, May 10th and May 12th, had the new owners come in and taken custody of the property yet?
Not yet.
So on May 10th and May 12th of 2017, when you did those search warrants, when you did those searches, did you get warrants prior to doing those searches?
Yes.
Now, by June 14th of 2017, had that new owner taken custody of that property?
Yes, he did.
And in June of 2017, did BCI have a decent working relationship with that new owner, where that new owner was willing to cooperate with you in your investigative needs?
Yes, he was very cooperative with the investigation.
On June 14th, and actually into June 15th of 2017, did the owner of that property give you permission to go onto that property and do further searching for potential evidence?
Yes, he did.
Could you take the jury through what was the plan with respect to that June 14th, 2017 search? I almost said warrant, but it's just a search of that property. What was the plan? What were some of the logistics, and what were you looking for?
We had met as the investigation group and decided that we should go back there since the property had changed hands and do a more evasive or more, basically do a more intrusive search, meaning we did a very thorough search on that May 10th and May 12th, but we didn't excavate any ground. We didn't sift any dirt looking for evidence that may have been not on the surface. So that was the goal in this June 14th, 15th search, was to acquire some equipment and actually excavate around the barn area, and then in another area there on the property, and see if we could come up with anything of evidentiary value that was below the ground.
And to that end, did you have to make some logistical arrangements to acquire some equipment to do that?
We did. We used a bobcat or a skid steer that was on tracks that had a bucket on front to move some dirt and gravel. We also used a mini excavator that was on tracks, which is basically like a backhoe on tracks. We also utilized ground penetrating radar as part of the search as well.
And you said you wanted to focus on the area around the barn. There are multiple barns on that property, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, could you do me a favor, just pop down, or you don't need to pop down, whatever's easiest for you.
Okay.
Point out the barn that you were interested in searching at.
The search focused around the big barn right here. There's a driveway that runs through here that leads back into the pasture and trees, and this big barn. That's where the search was focused around.
And you talked about one of the pieces of equipment that you acquired to do this search was ground penetrating radar. Can you take a few minutes, tell the jury what is ground penetrating radar, how do you use it, and how did you acquire it or get it for this search?
Ground penetrating radar basically uses rays and emits them into the ground, and it looks for anomalies under the surface. So it can detect if there's some sort of something buried, if there was a void underneath the ground. And we utilize a company it's a nationwide company, but there's some here locally in Ohio, Columbus area, West Virginia, that they specialize in using ground penetrating radar, because to use the machine is fairly simple, but to interpret the data that the machine gives you, it takes a trained, qualified professional to be able to read that data and know whether or not there's actually something there worth digging or excavating or looking at.
And again, is that a specialty, or is that equipment that from time to time in your career at BCI you would contract with those folks to help you do these types of searches?
We've used this company and that technology on several scenes.
Now, when you testified last time, you had testified about a cistern or a well on that property and a plan to dive it at a later date. Again, with respect to this June 14th, June 15th, was that part of this plan, or was it more of an excavation search around that barn plan?
The cistern or the well was not, we were not going to do the dive into the well on this date, no.
Okay. And again, this time, back in June, was that property owner basically cooperating with whatever you needed?
Yes, yes.
So you talked, when you testified earlier on, about that initial May 10th, 2017 search. And you testified that that was kind of low key. Can you tell the jury again, back in on May 10th, 2017, why did you try to keep that one low key?
Basically, that was more just to see visually what we could see on the property, and to determine whether or not we wanted to come back and do a more thorough search. And also, we didn't want to draw attention to the property at that point. We wanted the least amount of people to know on the May 10th search that we were there.
With respect to this June 14th into June 15th search, again, was that any longer an issue? You're bringing out heavy equipment, or you bring out equipment.
Right.
Are you concerned at that point anymore about people finding out?
No, there was no way we could have kept it covert or low key, because we were utilizing equipment, and we had marked patrol cars there. We had BCI vehicles that were marked that said, crime scene unit on them, and they were all there on the property. So there was no way to keep that from people knowing what we were doing.
Did you also use sifters as part of your equipment out there?
We did.
Can you explain to the jury what's a sifter? How's it work? How do you utilize a sifter with respect to this other equipment?
The sifter we utilize on several different occasions. Basically, it's a 3 foot by 3 foot, or they do come smaller and like 2 foot by 2 foot. But in this situation, we use 3 foot by 3 foot, and it's basically just a wood frame with a piece of mesh that's on the bottom of it. And that mesh or that screen, you can take dirt or whatever material, and you can put it in that frame. And then basically you just move it around, and the dirt will fall out the screen. And then if there's something that stays, just take a look at it. It's bigger than the dirt that's falling through the screen. So you just take a look at it and see if it's something that you want to keep or not. In this search, we utilize what we call a wet sift, which the same sifter, but we use water to break the dirt down. And as we were moving the dirt along the screen, and it just kind of accelerated the process a little bit.
With only having 3 foot by 3 foot sifters, and have seen this size of this scope, again, is it described as a tedious? Does it take a while? Describe some of the logistics behind actually conducting a search using those smaller sifters.
As I said before, we'd utilize a skid steer or a bobcat, and what would happen is the operator would go out and get a scoop of whether it's dirt or gravel. He would bring it back to us where we had 2 sifters set up, and we would either shovel out of the bucket of the bobcat into the sifter or into a 5-gallon bucket, and several 5-gallon buckets, and then we'd take that 5-gallon bucket and pour it into the sifter. So basically we were doing a lot of back and forth, and sifting the amount of area that we covered with using 5-gallon buckets at a time. It took a long time to get through what we were trying to accomplish.
Any idea how many people you had out there with you that day?
There were at least 5, 2 crime scene agents, Major Lewis from Pike County, and there were a couple BCI agents as well that were not assigned to crime scene.
And with respect to the ground penetrating radar, can you tell the jury how would you use that as far as moving it around the property and searching for potential evidence inside?
It's basically, if you picture pushing a lawnmower, a push mower, if you picture that going across the ground, that's basically what it is, except with technology instead of a lawnmower. And it's on wheels. You just push it across in an area that you want it to look at, and that's all done by the operator from the company, and that's all there is to it. Then he interprets the data from the machine.
And if he found something of interest, how would you mark it, and how would you then collect or dig that area?
We would, if he found something that he said, hey, there's basically how they describe it is there's an anomaly there. Now, whether that means something's buried or it's a void, that's up for us to dig it and figure it out. So what we would do, there's different ways we've done it. On this particular thing, I think we spray painted the area, but you can put flags there. The whole point is to keep the person using the ground penetrating radar to keep moving. So you're trying to cover as much ground as you can. And so we would mark it and then come back and dig it as the radar would keep moving.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit SS1. State's Exhibit SS1. You take a look at that, and then when that pops up on the screen, can you tell the jury it's SS1 that you have on your hand, in your hand? Is that the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize that image or the markings on that image?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is or what they're looking at?
That it was taken from the report that I completed after the search. And basically that's a Google image, Google Earth image of the Peterson Road property. And I'd marked on there in general, that's not specific down to the inches or feet, but in general, the areas that we focused on June 14th and 15th of excavating.
Can you walk the jury through how you did that search out? Did you set up a grid pattern? How did you ensure that you were covering the area that you wanted to cover, and how did you work that area of that property?
Basically, you see the three areas that are marked there on the photograph. So those three areas were done individually. So we started at the back of the barn, which you see the big circle there at to the rear of the barn. We started that area back towards the pasture and the trees that you see there. That area was done first, and then the third area that was done was right to the side there. That driveway in between the house and the barn that you see in the photograph.
And with respect to State's Exhibit AA 117, again, in this area of that picture, State Exhibit AA 117, is there a newer, smaller barn on that property?
As far as,
Is it located there? Does it exist there? Right here. This area right here. So you've talked about the larger barn, yeah, and then this area right here. Just tell the jury what that is right there.
that's the barn. That was what we called during earlier testimonies, the newer barn.
Okay.
That sat at the rear of the property.
And with respect to the images up on the screen, in the areas that you depicted that you searched or dug, is the newer barn depicted in that image?
No, it would be down, that newer barn would be down in this area.
And with respect to the work that you did, June 14th and June 15th, was the majority of your emphasis in the area that you have marked on the exhibit that's up on the screen?
That was our focus right there, yes.
On June 14th, June 15th, 2017, did you do any digging or run the ground penetrating radar in the new barn? The new barn?
I don't recall running it through the new barn, no.
Okay. I'm gonna hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit HH2. I'm gonna hand you this document. I don't want you to.
Okay.
When you were out there searching that area of 260 Peterson Road, June 14th, June 15th, 2017, did ultimately you find pieces of evidence that you collected and took into custody?
Yes, we did.
And June 14th, June 15th, during that search, did you also have Matt White out there with you, who was from the lab?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And explain what his role was or what he did that day. Okay, my question was, what was Matt?
No, I'm overruling the objection.
Okay, thank you. My question was, what was Matt White's role out there that day?
Whenever, if we would find something that was firearms related through sifting, whether that be a casing, a bullet, or whatever, Matt would take a look at it and then he would put it in, he would basically separate them out into different characteristics or calibers or whatever.
And again, you testified that you did collect evidence that day, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit SS2. I want you to look at it. I'm gonna ask you questions. Don't identify it quite yet. I'm gonna ask you questions directly off of it. State's Exhibit SS2. First of all, do you recognize markings on that document?
Yes, I did.
And do you recognize those markings as being related to evidence that you collected out there June 14th, June 15th of 2017?
Yes, I did.
Is there information on that packaging that describes what that evidence is?
Yes, there is.
Okay. If you could, look at the characteristics of the way that evidence is described and compare it to State's Exhibit HH2. And if you could, with respect to State's Exhibit HH2, do you recognize items on State's Exhibit HH2 that are consistent with that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit SS2 that I handed you, can you tell the jury what that is?
That is, looks like.
No, SS2, not HH2.
Oh, SS2. That's an envelope. It's got my name on it, 260 Peterson Road, the date. And it's 45 caliber casings collected June 14th, 15th, 2017. And it's got my initials on it.
Okay. And again, with respect to State's Exhibit HH2,
Yes.
is there a 45 caliber weapon listed on that list?
Yes, there is.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit SS3. We can do the same thing. Look at it, familiarize yourself with it. Don't read off of it. State's Exhibit SS3, do you recognize the markings on that exhibit?
Yes, I did.
And again, do those markings describe the contents of that exhibit and the evidence that was collected?
Yes, it does.
And do you recognize that as evidence that was collected as part of the search out of 260 Peterson Road on June 14th, June 15th, 2017?
Yes.
Can you look at State's Exhibit HH2? Do you see anything on State's Exhibit HH2 that is consistent with the description in State's Exhibit SS3?
Yes.
Can you tell us what is State's Exhibit SS3?
It's evidence item number 2. It's got my name on it, and it's 40 caliber cartridge cases collected June 14th and 15th, 2017, 260 Peterson Road, and it's got my initials on it.
And again, with respect to State's Exhibit HH2, is there a 40 caliber weapon listed here?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit SS4. Again, if you can look at it, don't read it yet, or don't read it out loud. I want you to read it. Just don't read it out loud. Do you recognize State's Exhibit SS4?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that as items or pieces of evidence that you collected as part of your search on June 14th, June 15th, 2017 from Peterson Road?
Yes, I do.
Is there a description on that exhibit that basically lays out what's inside that package?
Yes, there is.
Can you look at State's Exhibit HH2? Is there an item or a weapon on State's Exhibit HH2 that is consistent with the exhibit that you have here?
Yes, there is.
Can you tell us, what did I hand you, SS4?
Yes.
Can you tell us what State's Exhibit SS4 is?
It's evidence number 3 is cartridge cases, 9mm cartridge cases collected June 14th and 15th, 260 Peterson Road. It's got my name on it. It's also got my initials.
And is there a weapon on State's Exhibit HH2 that is a 9mm?
Yes, there is.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit SS5. State's Exhibit SS5. You could, again, take a look at that. Do you recognize the markings on State's Exhibit SS5?
Yes, I did.
Do you recognize that as evidence that you collected as part of your search out at 260 Peterson Road, June 14th, June 15th, 2017?
Yes, I did.
Is there a description on that packaging that describes the contents of that evidence?
Yes, there is.
Can you look at State's Exhibit HH2 for me? Do you recognize an item on State's Exhibit HH2 that is consistent with that exhibit?
Judge.
Yes, there is.
Okay. Can you tell us what's in State's Exhibit SS5?
That's
Judge.
fire cartridge case, .223 caliber, collected June 14th and 15th, 2017, 260 Peterson Road. It's got my name on it and my initials.
And again, is there a .223 firearm listed on HH2?
Judge.
Yes, there is.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit SS6. State's Exhibit SS6. Do you recognize the markings on that package?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that as evidence that you collected as part of your work out at 260 Peterson on June 14th, June 15th, 2017?
That's correct.
And do the markings on that package describe the contents of the evidence as it was collected?
Yes.
Can you do me a favor? Can you look at State's Exhibit HH2? Is there an item on State's Exhibit HH2 that is consistent with State's Exhibit SS5?
Judge.
Yes, there is.
Can you tell us what is State's Exhibit SS5?
Judge.
It's fire cartridge case and it's .357 caliber, collected June 14th and 15th, 2017, 260 Peterson Road. It's got my name on it and my initials.
And with respect to State's Exhibit HH2, is there a 357 on that exhibit?
Yes, there is.
And for the record, I think I said SS5. This is actually SS6. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit SS7. State's Exhibit SS7. Can you take a look at that for us? And can you tell the jury, do you recognize markings on that package?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that as evidence that you collected as part of your work out at 260 Peterson Road on June 14th, June 15th, 2017?
That's correct.
Does that packaging, or does the label on that packaging describe the evidence that packaging contains?
Yes, it does.
Could you do me a favor? Could you look at State's Exhibit HH2? And can you tell us, is there an item on State's Exhibit HH2 that is consistent with State's Exhibit SS7?
Judge.
Yes, there is.
Can you tell us what is State's Exhibit SS7?
Judge.
It's an envelope that says the evidence label is marked miscellaneous .22 caliber casings, collected June 14th through the 15th, 2017, 260 Peterson Road. It's got my name on it. It's got my initials.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes in State's Exhibit SS8. State's Exhibit SS8. Do you recognize the markings on that package?
Yes, I do.
And is that evidence that you collected as part of your search of 260 Peterson Road, June 14th, June 15th, 2017?
Yes, it is.
Could you do me a favor? Well, is there a label on there that describes the evidence inside that packaging?
Yes, there is.
Could you do me a favor? Could you look at State's Exhibit HH2 and tell us, are there items on State's Exhibit HH2 that are consistent with that exhibit?
Judge.
Yes,
Can you tell us what State's Exhibit HH, is that 8? SS8 is?
it's evidence number 7, fired cartridge case, 22 long rifle casings collected June 14th and 15th, 260 Peterson Road. It's got my name on it and my initials.
And finally, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, the State's Exhibit SS9. State's Exhibit SS9. Same thing, I don't want you to read aloud what that is, but do you recognize the markings on that package?
Yes, I do.
And is that evidence that you collected as part of your work out at 260 Peterson Road on June 14th, June 15th, 2017?
Yes, it is.
That evidence there, again, well, let me back up. Without going into what is described there, how do you recognize the markings?
It's got my name on it and my initials.
State's Exhibits SS2 through SS9. Can you tell the jury, when you collected that, or those pieces of evidence, how did you take them into your custody? How did you maintain them? And how were they stored?
They were collected as we would collect any other piece of evidence, using gloves and packaging properly in the proper packaging. Once they were packaged and they were grouped, this was done a little bit differently because, as I explained before, they were grouped in together by characteristics. So I would package all of them as a group. So there were more than one item per envelope. And when at the conclusion of the search, then I transported everything to BCI main office there in London, and I put it in their temporary evidence storage before until it could be moved to the permanent evidence room.
How long were you out there, June 14th, June 15th, 2017, conducting the search?
Several hours, probably at least 8 hours. At the minimum, 8 hours per day.
Okay. And again, were you able to get the entire search done on June 14th?
No,
Is that why you had to come over the June 15th?
that's correct.
How did you, well, first of all, do you know how deep you dug, or can you give us any of the information with respect to how did you know how far to go, or what were the parameters you set?
In the driveway area that contained gravel mostly, we went down probably 4 to 6 inches into the gravel in that area. And then in the dirt, going back behind the barn, going up the dirt road and into the pasture there where the trees and that were at, we went down about 1 foot down into the dirt in that area.
As part of your duties out there that day, part of your work out there that day, did you create a report that documented what you had done?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit SS. State's Exhibit SS, do you recognize that?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what is State's Exhibit SS?
That is the report that I completed at the conclusion of the search on June 14th, 15th, 2017, 260 Peterson Road.
When you worked at BCI, did you have a business duty to create and maintain those reports as part of the work that you did for that organization?
That is correct.
And that exhibit, State's Exhibit SS, was that created, maintained, and stored in the ordinary course of your business there at BCI?
Yes, it was.
Okay. State's Exhibit SS7 and SS8. I'm going to hand those to you again. I think I just missed this. You still have State's Exhibit HH2 up there?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to the description of State's Exhibits SS7 and SS8,
does HH2, State's Exhibit HH2, that list, contain weapons that match SS7, SS8?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, there are.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense must cross-examine.
Yeah, just a moment.
Yes. We're going to take our lunch recess time, ladies and gentlemen. The jury will be in recess until, as far as the jury is concerned, until 1:30. That's a little bit longer than we get there. You will be assembling at 1:30 at the room, the jury room downstairs. We brought up my court personnel there. While you're at recess, you are not to discuss this case among yourself or with anyone else, not to permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence, not to form or express an opinion concerning the case. You can do no research concerning the case, either as to the facts or as to all from any source at all. You must read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of this case from any source at all. You have no contact with any of the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, and witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything that we put on record before we recess for lunch? All right, so we are in recess until 1:30, this is what we're doing. See it all, jurors are out. Oh, so the argument is that the defense feels it was not provided the exhibits that was testified to. You can get off the stand.
We're gonna talk about
The defense So, is counsel for both sides ready to have the jury brought in?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the lunch recess. The state, I believe, had concluded its direct examination of Brian White, and it was now the opportunity for the defense to cross-examine that witness. However, I believe there's a stipulation that counsel has agreed to place on the record, correct?
Yeah, John, thank you. The parties would agree to stipulate states exhibits SS2 through SS9, which are the items of evidence that were collected from 260 Peterson Road during the June 14th, June 15th, 2017 searches were not submitted to the lab for further testing.
On behalf of the defense,
That is correct.
the jury is instructed that the jury is to accept that stipulation to be established as fact, as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom. Now, does the defense wish to cross-examine Lieutenant Brian White?
We have no questions.
So, does the state wish to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state would recall Ms. Eveslage to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, that you shall answer unto God? You may be seated. And the state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I think you're going to stop coming eventually. Could you please go ahead and state your name for the record?
Julia Eveslage.
Okay. And Ms. Eveslage, we already discussed your role and job in this case a few times already. And we know that your job definition includes going through many, many records that are collected in any case, but in particular in this case, you did that as well, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us, in this case, at some point, were you asked to, or were you motivated on your own to do what I will refer to as some barn research?
Yes, it was a little bit of both, both directed from the investigative team and then just things I had noticed in pictures from devices that we had seized or, extracted data from.
Okay. And can you just tell us, which barn did you do the research on?
It was a barn that was constructed between 2015 and 16. It was referred to as the new barn, both by us and by the Wagners.
Okay. And can you tell us where it was located on the property?
It was sat behind the house. I guess we have an aerial image coming up that might be a little easier to explain.
Sorry,
But
I
yeah.
can maybe help you out there and do that. So State's Exhibit RR1. Sorry. Okay, and go ahead and, I don't know if the pointer's still up there.
It is. I mean, there's a pretty big arrow.
Oh,
I think
okay,
that would
there is
be.
a pretty big arrow there.
Yeah. So these are aerial images from the auditor site, publicly available. So, and this one in 2015 shows 260 Peterson Road, just an aerial of kind of the immediate area around the house and with the two outbuildings. There was other acreage on the plot, but this was the only way to see the barn really is to zoom in right on that, where the house was. So over here on the right, where this red arrow is what we refer to as the new barn. This larger barn over here with it looks like a white roof, in both images is referred to as the old barn.
Okay, so in 2015, it does not appear in that photograph, but then by 2017, it's showing up.
Correct, and this image was from when the new property owner took possession of the property. So.
Okay, in May 2017.
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us why there was interest in that barn as it was being built, or just tell us why there was interest in that barn?
In general, the time frame of its construction. There were pictures that myself and other members of the investigative team located, in various stages of construction, along with some pictures that were around the time of the homicides or just shortly after, where the barn appeared to be more finished than it was prior to the homicides. So that was of interest. And then later on down the road, we received information that kind of caused us to circle back to the barn.
Okay. So, and specifically, was there thought that there might be some evidence to be found in that area or regarding the new build?
Yes.
Okay. And then also recently, were you requested to look back into the barn search and prepare a visual of some of those images that you had already collected during the investigation?
Yes.
Well, recently maybe.
Recently being since the trial has started.
Yes, to create this presentation. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Randa. Okay, so I was asking you if you were recently requested to look through those images and prepare a visual for the jury, for presentation to the jury.
Yes.
Okay. And showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit RR2. And can you tell us what we are looking at there?
This is the exterior of what is referred to as the new barn. Both of these images came from a return for Angela Wagner's Facebook, and they're sourced here on the bottom. So we obtained just all kinds of pictures through the course of the investigation. These were two of them that featured the exterior of the barn on the 260 Peterson Road property.
Okay.
Third of 2016. I can't be certain exactly when they were taken as they were posted on Facebook, but that was the time frame for the post itself.
Okay. And again, these are images that you specifically focused on during the investigation, correct?
Yes.
Looking for any signs that there might be physical evidence somewhere.
Yes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit RR3.
This is a screenshot of a post and then a image from the post itself. It's from Defiance Farms Facebook page. It was a Facebook page known to be used by Angela Wagner, and it features pictures of the inside of the barn, and it was posted on June 3rd of 2016.
Okay. And it says what? There's a caption too.
The post itself says, "Well, almost done. Can't wait to be able to move our animals into the new barn."
And then RR4.
These are two additional images from the same post made by the Defiance Farms Facebook page. And again, they were posted on June 3rd, 2016. So you can just see another view of the interior of the barn with the stalls.
Okay. And then RR5.
This is another interior view of what was referred to as the new barn. This one came from Jake Wagner's iPhone that we've discussed. We seized in May of 2017, but this was a picture that was taken on June 6th of 2016 that was found on the phone, again, showing the interior of the barn and its progress at that point.
And then RR6.
Again, an additional image from Jake Wagner's iPhone that was taken June 6th of 2016, featuring some kind of shot of one of the stalls inside the barn.
Okay. And RR7.
This is another image from Jake Wagner's iPhone, again, taken on June 6th, 2016, featuring an open space inside the barn as it was then.
Okay. RR8.
This is another photo from Jake Wagner's iPhone, again, taken on June 6, 2016. Another interior image of what was inside of a stall.
Okay. And so prior to the June, I think it was 3rd, 2016, have there been any photos that you found that had those stalls built?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And State's Exhibit RR9.
This is an exterior photo from our crime scene unit. It was taken on May 10th, 2017, when BCI was there serving the search warrant.
Okay. And you can kind of see just inside that door that obviously the stalls are in there in 2017.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And in your previous photo, the one from May 23rd, 2016, which was RR2. Yeah, if you don't mind. guess in particular, the one on the right kind of shows that same angle, and you can see that it's not clear for me to see from here, because I think it's kind of darkened out, but on your screen, are you able to tell that those stalls are not in there at that point?
The door, there's like a half door that appears to have been closed when that picture was taken, so I can't exactly be sure. But there was some sort of half door that did open on that side.
Okay. And RR10.
This was an interior picture, again, taken by our crime scene unit on May 10th, 2017, when we were serving the search warrant. So this is looking out that same front door towards the house on Peterson Road that you could see on the exterior image, the one prior.
Okay, and RR11.
And this is the opposite direction, looking out the backside of the barn. You can see the door appears to be open on that instant. I don't remember specifically what the door looked like, but there was a different type of door on the backside of the barn.
A much larger opening in the back, correct?
Yeah, it appeared that the front, only half of the door opened on the front. But it's possible that the other side opened. I just never saw it open.
Okay. All right, and was that the extent of the, well, so were there other pictures in your barn research other than these?
Yes.
Okay. But these are the ones you selected to demonstrate for the jury today?
Yes, in terms of the timeline, yeah.
Okay. All right. Was one of the other things that you looked through, I believe you said that you received, some of these images were from Angela Wagner's Facebook, correct?
Yes.
And the others were from Jake's iPhone?
Yes, and then there were publicly available images from Angela's, the Defiance Farm Facebook page.
Okay. And then obviously we ended with the BCI.
Yes.
Photos. Okay, so you talked about getting Angela Wagner's Facebook. Did you also, and I think previously you testified that you got Facebook records for each of the victims in this case, except for?
Yeah, everyone except for Christine, we received a return from Facebook for.
Okay. And did you also obtain Facebook records for the Wagners?
Yes, all except for Billy Wagner had a known profile.
Okay. And can you tell us, as part of your analysis in the case, again, during the investigation, did you look through those records to see who was friends with whom, if certain people had blocked certain people or unfriended them along the way?
Yes, so I wouldn't be able to tell specifically like when someone unfriended someone, but at the time of the return, there's certain information returned from Facebook that shows if accounts are blocked by that account or if that account had blocked someone else. So that was something that was available to us in that return.
Okay, and something that you were interested in and looked at?
Yes.
Okay. And again, did you prepare a visual for us for that?
Yes.
Well, I haven't yet. Okay. I'm going to show you TT1. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This was a visual I created back when we received the Facebook returns, just to provide the investigative team with a glimpse into some of the relationships between each of the accounts, as it was when we received the return. So this one was looking at Angela Wagner's Facebook. The red arrow indicates there was a block present, and the arrow going toward the person would indicate who did the blocking. So on this particular page, Angela Wagner has blocked Frankie Rhoden's profile and has blocked Hannah Rhoden's profile, as well as Hannah Hazel Gilley's profile. And then Dana Rhoden has in turn blocked Angela.
Okay. And again, you don't have the dates on this, only that when you received the records, this was the current, the status at that time.
Yes.
Okay. Well, there is a time frame because it's at the time that the returns are made, which was
I don't know the date specifically off the top of my head. I mean, we
in
received
2016 or 2017.
the victim records we received in late 2016. The Wagner's records we received in early 2017.
That'd be a wait. I'm sorry,
That'd be a wait.
is there still an objection?
Yes.
All right. Court will overrule the objection.
Thank you. TT2. And can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yeah. This one should actually be labeled George Wagner IV on the top. It provides his photo. It was his profile. From his return, it was determined that he had blocked Frankie Rhoden's profile, Tabitha Clater or Wagner's profile, Hannah Rhoden's profile, and Chris Rhoden Jr.'s profile.
State's Exhibit TT3.
As part of our search warrant, we had also received known profile information for Tabitha's profile. She had multiple accounts that were relevant to the investigation. In this particular instance, this profile, Dana Rhoden had blocked her. She was friends. The green line indicates that they were friends at the time of the return. So she was friends with Hannah Rhoden, and Tabitha had blocked Chris Rhoden Jr.'s profile.
Okay. And then TT4.
This was from Jake Wagner's Facebook account. He was, at the time of the return, friends with Frankie Rhoden's profile, Chris Rhoden Jr.'s profile, and Hannah Hazel Gilley's profile. He had at one point been friends with Hannah's profile, but they were no longer friends.
Hannah Rhoden.
Yes.
State's Exhibit TT5.
This was information from Chris Rhoden Jr.'s Facebook. As it was previously mentioned, he was friends with Jake Wagner's profile. George Wagner had blocked him, and Tabitha Wagner had, on one of her profiles, blocked Chris Rhoden Jr., and he was not friends with Angela Wagner at the time.
TT6.
Looking at Frankie Rhoden's profile specifically, as previously mentioned, George Wagner IV's profile and Angela Wagner's profile had both blocked Frankie's, and he was presently friends with Jake Wagner's at the time of the return.
TT7.
Focusing from Dana Rhoden's Facebook, she had blocked Angela Wagner, as previously mentioned, and she had also blocked Tabitha Wagner's Facebook, as it was named there. She was not friends at the time with George or Jake Wagner.
TT8.
Focusing on Hannah Rhoden's Facebook, as previously mentioned, she was not currently friends with Jake Wagner. From prior posts or messaging, they were at one point friends, but they weren't at the time of the return. She had blocked George Wagner's profile, and Angela had blocked Hannah Rhoden's. There was an assortment of relationships between Tabitha's profiles, as there were a number of them, but Hannah Rhoden and Tabitha's most recent account were friends at the time of the return.
TT9.
This was Hannah Hazel Gilley's Facebook profile. Again, friends with Jake Wagner and friends with Tabby, the Tabby Breach Facebook account, and Angela Wagner had blocked her. She was not friends with the George Wagner profile.
Okay, and is that the extent of the blocking and friend status that you had captured or looked at in this case.
Yes.
Okay. And finally, were you, during the investigation, was there some interest in the fact that Jake and George and Billy had gotten tattoos approximately a month and a half after the homicides?
Yes.
Foundation,
I'm sorry.
sorry, foundation.
Well, I'm gonna sustain that, but hear more background, but I have information came. Is that what you're objecting to? Basically, your objection is exactly
Foundation,
your knowledge.
yes.
Yeah.
Ms. Everslade, at some point were you asked to look at the various images and text messages and devices and such to ascertain whether there had been any change in tattoos from before to after the homicides?
Yes.
Okay. And did you look through the records and try to make those determinations?
I did.
Okay. And how did you go about doing that?
Searching through anything that was available. There are many, many images that we had from devices, from Facebook, as you know, as previously mentioned many times, and as well as messaging back and forth, and specifically messages from a Text Now account known to be used by Angela Wagner. So looking further into those messages revealed a couple conversations in particular that were about a tattoo appointment. Or a group of them going to the tattoo appointment together.
Okay. So, okay. Okay. UU1. Okay, and first of all, can you tell us what we are looking at there?
These are messages from Text Now search warrant return that we received. Text Now is an app, like a messaging-based app that can be used by people without cell service, or you can use it with cell service, but you can install it on different devices, you know, just to communicate across them. So this was a service that Angela Wagner used and messaged various members of her family on. So first group, the conversation between Angela and George Wagner. It took place on June 8th, 2016. The first message, would you like me to read the messages?
Yes.
Okay. The first message is sent from Angela Wagner to George Wagner's known telephone number. Oh dear, ... You have an appointment tomorrow at noon for your tattoo, so you better be nice. Later, the next day on June 9th, there was a message from George Wagner, me and waiting on Jake to get done. Dad and I don't get ours till next week. Angela says, why? George says, that was our appointment, not today. Angela says, oh, okay. How long till he gets done? George says, an hour probably. Further messaging from the search warrant return between Angela and Billy Wagner revealed additional information about the tattoos. On June 9th, Angela is texting a known number being used by Billy Wagner.
Well,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Is there relevance to?
Yes, we believe this is highly relevant. We can approach.
ask the question and let the witness to respond to the last question. You want to react, maybe you need to ask it again.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Renner. I think you were in the process of somewhere. Do you remember where you were?
Yeah. The second portion of the messaging is between Angela and Billy Wagner. On June 9th is the first box. From Angela Wagner, I know, how is Jake's tattoo coming? Billy says, good. She asks, how much longer? Billy says 2 hours, and she says, wow, okay. And then on June 16th, 2016, there are further messaging between Angela and Billy Wagner. Angela says, yes, Jake went to work this morning. Which tattoo are you getting today? Billy says, they're working on George now. Angela says, what are you getting today? And Billy says, I got to get the last 2.
Okay. And showing you State's Exhibit W2. UU, which looks like a W when I write it apparently. And can you tell us what this is?
These are 3 images that show the progression, if you will, of the work done on Jake Wagner's arm. The first image on the left is from Jake Wagner's Facebook page of a picture taken on August 13th, 2015. The middle image was an image posted on Jake Wagner's Facebook page. It was posted on June 9th, 2016, which, going back to the messaging, was in that same time frame where they were at the tattoo parlor together.
Actually on the same day.
On the same day, yeah. I didn't include the time, but same day. And again, the tattoo does appear different. The final image was from November 10th, 2016. Clearly there is some coloring added, and the tattoo appears to have been finished. That was an image from Jake Wagner's Facebook page as well.
And UU3.
The image on the left was an image obtained from George Wagner's Facebook page. It was posted on May 5th, 2016. You can see on his shoulder here, there was a tattoo there. And then on the image on the right, taken on June 16th, 2016, the tattoo appears to have been, the previous tattoo appears to have been covered up with a new tattoo. And the image on the right was taken from Jake Wagner's iPhone, again, that we've discussed previously, seized in May of 2017, but the image was taken on June 16th, 2016.
Okay. And June 16th being the same date that there were messages about George and Billy getting their tattoos.
Yes.
UU4.
This was an image of Billy Wagner that provided a glimpse of the tattoos that were believed to have been received all in that time frame. The one on his right hand specifically, there is a close-up here that was from the booking photos from Butler County Jail. It's a scorpion tattoo on his hand.
Okay. And just as an aside, when you were looking through the various devices and images and stuff, can you tell us, was it more difficult to find pictures of Billy?
Yes.
Why? Or there just wasn't as many images?
There were very few images of Billy on the family's devices and Facebook pages. So it was challenging to find pictures of Billy in general, let alone the pictures that depicted the tattoos during that time frame.
Okay. And again, was this all information that you looked at during the investigation of this case, and is this information you shared with the investigators?
Yes.
Okay. I have no other questions of this witness today.
Defense may cross-examine.
No, we have.
I step down. The statement calls the next witness.
Oh, I'm sorry. The statement called. Read a new note to the side.
Your Honor, I'm a member of the media and I have an objection.
I'm sorry?
I'm a member of the media and I have an objection.
Oh, you better sit down right now. Wait a minute, stop. Before you say anything else, you need to sit down. This is a trial going on. The media is not involved in this trial.
The Fourth District Court of Appeal judgment order, Your Honor, case number 22891 states that you have to hold your the objection. We have a meeting.
You need to leave.
Oh, no, you're fine.